Distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the online training course on hydroponic technology of vegetable cultivation co-organized by the Ministry of Agriculture of the Government of the Republic of Fiji, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Non-Aligned Movement Center for Socio-Technical Cooperation, the NAM Center. Thank you very much for following all the training, including this day too. Today is our last synchronous learning session. I am confident we all learned a lot from a lecture by Mr. Shalendra and the team lecturer ICAT Lembang yesterday. The whole learning process will be concluded today with the issue, particularly what we raised yesterday afternoon on nutrition solutions. I hope we still share the same enthusiasm. Before we take the presentation and discussion, I want to remind the participants to turn off your microphone if you are not talking. We will here resume a lecture from Mrs. Fiadini Putri. For this session, she will give the lecture on nutrition of hydroponic and seedling planting and maintenance. Distinguished lecturer, Mrs. Fia, you could begin your presentation now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nikan. How are you today?
Thank you, I'm well. I hope you are well too, and everybody at the ICAT Lembang.
Okay, thank you. And how's all the participants today? It's bright day here in Lembang. And for today's sessions, we're going to discuss further about the hydroponic nutrients. And then we're going to continue to the next sessions for seedling, transplanting, and also maintenance. Okay, I think we're going to start right now. Okay. Huh? Okay. 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 Today we're going to discuss more about the hydroponics nutrients because this is one of the most important things in hydroponics, because in hydroponics we're not using a soil where usually the plants get all of their nutrients from the soil, but since we're not using the soil, we replace it with the hydroponic nutrients. Okay. thank you for the videos. Now we're going to continue and we're going to start our sessions for today with the hydroponics nutrients. So let me share. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me share my presentation. Okay, today we're going to talk about the hydroponics nutrients, and this is one of the most important for the hydroponics because usually we use soil as a reservoir of essential elements. So the soil consists of a wide variety of substance, but it not only supplies minerals, but also harbors nitrogen-fixing bacteria, other microbes, holds water, supplies air to the roots also. Well, not only for hydroponics, but also for the conventional cultivations. One of the key to successful management for fertilizer program is to ensure that adequate concentrations of all nutrients throughout the life cycle of the crops. So it's in general that we need to provide adequate and sufficient all of the nutrient element for the plants. It will not be good if it's in a deficiency, and it's also not good if we have an excessive nutrients. First, it's going to become toxic and also harmful for the environment. So, as we know, previously, hydroponics is used for plant nutrient experiments. That's why we, from the history, we know there is a several formula, firstly made by Hoagland or Sunstorm. Hydroponics is, I think, it's very beneficial. I know that some of you are from the university, and it's really common to use hydroponics for plant nutrient experiments. Just like this, in this experiment, the roots of the plant were immersed in the nutrient solutions, and in the case element was added or removed, or given in various concentrations, and this nutrient solution is going to suitable for the plant. So the nutrient solution must be adequately aerated to obtain the optimum growth. This is some of an examples how we use hydroponics in the university for experiments. And we reduce the nitrogen so we can see the deficiency symptom, and it's different while we reduce the iron. So there is a different type of deficiency symptom. So this was another use of hydroponics, especially in the university. So the criteria for essentiality of nutrients, the first one, in the absence of element, plant will not complete its life cycle or set the seeds. And the second one, the requirement of the element must be specific and cannot be replaced by other elements. And there is no correlation between there is a correlation between the minerals and the plant metabolism. So it's vital, it is crucial, important for the plant growth. So if there is an absence of these kinds of nutrients, the plant will be not able to complete its life cycle. And this is something that we need to consider for the hydroponic nutrients also. So we have to make sure that we have a complete essential element for the plants to grow in a hydroponics media, since we're not using soil to grow the plants. Okay, so actually there's two types of plant nutrient. The first one is macronutrient. It means the plants need lots of amounts of this kind of nutrients. And the other is microelements. The plants only need a few of them, but they cannot grow without them. So even it's in small amounts, it's compulsory to fulfill the requirement of these nutrients for the plant's growth. So for the micronutrients, there's a nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, sulfurs, calcium, and this for the micronutrients also. Okay, based on the functions of essential elements, they are classified under 4 categories. The first one is a component for biomolecule, such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. And the next is essential elements related to the energy components, related with the chemical components in plants, such as magnesium, which is required in chlorophyll, and phosphorus also in ATP. And the other essential element is activated or inhibited enzymes such as magnesium ion or zinc. And the fourth, the essential element that can alter the osmotic potential of cell. For example, is potassium. So potassium is one of the macronutrients very important, especially if the plants is growing in the arid area. Some of the researchers say that they need the sufficient of potassium to control the osmotic potential on the plant. So the plant still can take the water from the soil and also have a role in opening and closing of the stomata. So this is the roles of micro and macronutrients. The first one is nitrogen. It's absorbed in this form of iron. It's required by the plants in a greatest amounts. And for our plant, meristematic and metabolically active cell. And this is a very important constituent of proteins, nucleic acid, vitamin, and hormones. Again, this is one of the deficiency symptoms of the nitrogen. So there is a poor growth and the leaf start to become yellow. And one is the key things that nitrogen is one of the mobile element inside the plant. So just like on the previous slide, when the plant was have a nitrogen deficiency, the deficiency symptom is going to start from the major or the old leaves because it's mobile. So the young leaf is going to take the nitrogen from the old one. So the deficiency symptom will be seen in the old leaves. And the other is the phosphorus, the constituent of the certain protein, cell membrane, nucleic acid, and the phosphorylation reaction is really important. And this is one of the symptoms for the deficiency. Again, this is for potassium. It is absorbed as a chain because ions. It's required for the meristematic tissue as well and help the protein synthesis. And one of the most important roles from the potassium is help the activation of enzyme and maintains the rigidity of the cells. So this is one of the deficiency symptom for potassium. And also this is for the calcium. It was absorbed in the form of these Ca ions. And this is all of the functions, and this is one of the symptoms of the deficiency of calcium. And this is one is for magnesium. It's very useful in the respiration and photosynthesis, and magnesium is one of the structure for the chlorophyll, and this is why we need magnesium. This is one of the deficiency symptoms. Okay, this is for the sulfur. Okay, this is the deficiency symptoms for sulfur. There is a necrotic area at the edge of the leaves. And this is for iron. Iron is an important constituent also, and the formation of the chlorophyll. Okay, so this is the deficiency symptom. And what makes it different from the nitrogen is iron is one of the nutrient that's not mobile inside the plant. So there is a deficiency symptom. The first leaf that show the deficiency symptom is on the tip of the plants and the young leaves, not in the old one, just like a nitrogen. Okay, this is manganese. Okay, this is a zinc and copper. Okay, this is one of the deficiency symptoms. Okay, this is a deficiency symptom for copper. And also we have boron here. Even we need it in small amounts in the nutrient solutions, but still it is essential, one of the essential elements for the plant growth. So this is one of the deficiency symptoms of boron. So we also have molybdenum and also chlorine. Okay, this is one of the deficiency symptoms, molybdenum and chlorine. Okay, the deficiency symptom of, essential elements. One of them is chlorosis, the loss of the chlorophyll leading to yellowing of the leaves. And usually it's happened for these kinds of element, nitrogen, potassium, magnesium, and so on. Okay, this is chlorosis symptom, and also necrosis, the death of the leaf tissues. There's this one. It's caused due to the deficiency of Ca, magnesium, Cu, copper. Okay, this is the necrotic leaves. Okay, the lack of the nutrient is also lead to the stunted growth of the plant and the premature fall of the leaves and buds, and also inhibition of cell divisions and delay of flowering. Okay, now we're focusing on the hydroponic nutrient. Previously is the function and the deficiency symptom for the nutrient of the plants is in a general. And now we're focusing on the hydroponic nutrient itself. So for hydroponic nutrients, we mainly use water. So when we apply these nutrient solutions in our hydroponics installations, we need to managing the quality of the hydroponics nutrients. Since we use the water, so the water quality is very important. So the salinity and the concentration of harmful elements dissolved in the water must be checked first, such as sodium, chlorine, and boron. And it's much better if we use the water that is already treated. Okay, sometimes in the laboratory we use the distilled water, but it is not possible if we use it in the commercial hydroponics or in the simple hydroponics. Maybe just need to make sure that the water is clean enough. And later we will check the quality using TDS and also the pH meter. So the nutrient needed and their concentration in hydroponic nutrient solutions, we need to the nutritional balance and the pH of the hydroponic nutrient solutions and its effect on the nutrient uptake by plants. So the tips for the hydroponic nutrients, the first, for the one that we use in the circulation system, such as NFT or DFT, we need to periodically check the pH and the EC of the nutrient solutions. And the second is the volume of the nutrient solution that is adjusted to the number of the plants. So the volume of the nutrient solutions also must be maintained from the beginning of planting until harvest. And the water discharge is between 1 or 2 liters per minute, and the slope of the gutter between 3 to 5%. This is only for the NFT. And for the use of non-circulating system, the nutrient solution is usually splashed into the substrate and stopped before the water drips out from the bottom of the pots. This is to save the water also. Okay, so in here we have a lot of hydroponics nutrients. In the market, we can find a lot of brands from the hydroponics nutrients. And there are many kinds of nutrients for the hydroponics. This is one of them. And this is another brand. Oh, we're not endorsing, but we're just going to show you there's a lot of brand and a lot of kinds of hydroponic solutions. This is one of them. And nutrients for hydroponics is also a good business in the hydroponics world because now hydroponics become a trend. And a business in the nutrient solution, just like a business for a fuel for your car. So everybody must need the hydroponic nutrients. So everybody, the new growers, the expert growers of hydroponics, they always need a nutrient solutions. This is many kinds of hydroponic solutions. Okay, so one thing for the hydroponic nutrient solutions is usually divided into two stocks. The first one is the stock A, and the other one we call it stock B. Okay, this is one of them. We call it AB mix. The first one is A, this one, and this one is stock B. This one's also stock A and stock B. This is the kinds of the compounds that are there in the stock A and stock B. And sometimes we use like calcium nitrate and also potassium nitrate and ETTA. And in the stock B, there are a lot of compounds that contain sulfate and phosphate. And the most, And the most important thing is we need to separate these kinds of compounds. Because if we mix it in the stock form of the stock A and stock B, this sediment, there is a sediment from calcium and the phosphate and also the sulfate. Okay. So we have to make sure that the calcium will not together with the phosphate and sulfate. So we need to separate the stock in the stock form. even though we're going to mix it for the installations, but for the stock form, we need to separate it first. Okay, so making the hydroponics nutrients, usually in the market, we already have this type of nutrients. There are separated nutrients for stock A and the stock B. So we can make this stock solution first using this hydroponics nutrients, because to making the hydroponics nutrients is a little bit tricky, and we need a lot of ingredients, we need a lot of compounds, and also we need to understand how we counting the compositions of the formula. So we usually, for the beginner or the new growers of hydroponics, it is better for you or safe to you to maybe you can buy these types of nutrients that already divided into two kind of stocks, stock A and stock B. But sometimes, especially for you who interested in how to making the formula of the hydroponics nutrients, yeah, you can always make it by yourself, but we need to remember several things. The first, we need to know the nutrient tolerant range of the plants. And the second one, we need to know the plant types and also the variety of the plants that we want to grow, the plant age, and the antagonistic properties among the nutrients, just like previously on the slide. For example, calcium cannot mix with any compounds containing phosphate and sulfate. That was compulsory, because if we mix it in the stock solution, there will be sediments on the stock solution, and we cannot use it in the installations. And after that, we can calculating the nutrient compositions. Okay, that was how we can make this nutrient solutions. After this, we're going to try to make the stock solutions to show you how we mix the stock and we mix it into the nutrient solution that's all ready to use for the plant growth in the hydroponics nutrients. So this is for the side for you. If you want to make a hydroponics nutrient formula, it's always possible, but you know there's a lot of things that you need to consider. Okay, we will see the videos for the mixing or preparing the nutrient solutions.
How to prepare the hydroponic nutrients. Tools and materials required. Tools. Gloves. Stirring rod for stirring nutrition and water.
Power of hydrogen meter.
TDS meter for measuring nutrition concentration. Plastic measuring cup. And 2 buckets.
Ingredients. Hydroponic nutrition stocka. Hydroponic nutrition stock B. And water. Work steps. Prepare 2 buckets for stock A and B nutrients, but assign for the water limit. Pour the water. Then measure the water pH and EC. The ideal water pH is 5.8-7.5. Water pH less than 5.5 will damage root cells. Water pH greater than 7.5 will affect nutrition absorption. Use water EC which is close to 0. The higher of EC value of water, the more dissolved the content of the material before adding nutrients. Water pH measurement. Concentration measurement. Mix 1 kilogram macronutrient of stock A and stock B into each bucket, stirring until it's dissolved. Dissolve the macronutrient of stock A evenly. Put the FeEDTA into stock A solution, stir it. Add the water up to 5 liters. Dissolve the stock B nutrients with 5 liters of water, stir it evenly. The difference with stock A is there is no FeEDTA. Stock A is dark/slightly red in color, while stock B is white. Stock solution A contains calcium, while stock B contains sulfate and phosphate. Stock A and stock B should not be mixed because it will cause sediment. The nutrient stock solution has been completed. For application into the plants, take nutrient solution for stock A and stock B, then dissolve them into the water, adjust it to the EC nutrients needed. In the nutritional formula that we use, per 1 milliliter of nutrient solution A and 1 milliliter of nutrient solution B dissolved in 200 milliliters of water. The nutritional EC value is 2 or 1000 ppm.
Okay, that was how we preparing the nutrient solutions for the hydroponics. So in here we have a lot of things here. They have a lot of tools here for making the nutrients. After this, we're going to go to the practical sessions and how to making this nutrient, preparing the nutrient solution, just like on the videos. And the one important thing is when you're preparing the hydroponic nutrients is the quality of the water. So on the video, we already seen how we test the water before we making the nutrient solutions using this EC meter and also the TDS meter. EC. Okay, this is how we check the water quality, because sometimes in Indonesia we use the soil water. We take the water directly from the soil. They might be contain about 100 to 150 ppm. Even in this water. So of course, it's going to affect with the ppm on the nutrient solutions. So we need to check the quality of the soil first, and for the advanced grower, they usually have kinds of just like a reserve osmosis pump to clean the water first before they mix with the nutrient solutions. This is to make sure that the water have the at least close to neutral pH, and also it was not saline or alkaline. And this is how we're preparing the nutrient solutions. And we have many kinds of hydroponic nutrients in the market. And it depends on what kind of plant that we're going to grow. So for example, there is a types of hydroponic nutrient for leafy vegetables. Okay, like this one. Oh, it's blue. Okay, let's move. I think it's blue. Okay. Okay. This one is one of examples. Maybe I should close this brand, but we just want to show you that there is a various type of hydroponics nutrient in the market. This is for leafy vegetables. This one is for fruit. This one is for fruit. And this one is for flower and ornamental plant. And this one is for tuber. So they have a slight different composition for every kind or every type of the nutrient. And I just want to share you some information that the one who make these several types of nutrients is a young farmer. So because of this pandemic and there is and hydroponics become a trend, and they start to make a kinds of business to provide the nutrient solutions for the hydroponics grower. So this is quite, and they have a different compositions of the plant nutrients. Once again, this hydroponics nutrients should have a complete micro and macro elements. Okay. Okay, I see questions here. Ms. Can I complete the presentation, or we can discuss directly right now?
Mrs. Fia, maybe you can complete your presentation. I will take note on participants' question and we will discuss it during the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I will continue. Okay, so for you who interested in making your own formula, we need more knowledge about the nutrients, the elements of the plant nutrients, and how to count it. The first thing we need to know is the nutrient tolerant age. Like this. Sorry. It should be a plant and nutrients. There is a nutrient tolerant range. This one is the plant nutrients. Okay, the nutrients elements here. Okay, this is the total range of the nutrients elements. This is the ppm. But this is for a common tolerate range. So, for example, if we want to make a nutrient formula for leafy vegetables, then we have to know what kind of the plants that we want to make the formula for them. And okay, so actually for this needed of the, okay, so for this one, we can find it easily in the research journal and everything. And we can decide what kind of standard that we want to use to making the formula. For example, for lettuce or for the mustard green, for the leafy vegetable, it's going to different from the tomatoes. So this formula for the tomatoes, sorry, this is not the formula, but the range of the nutrient that they need. And we can always find this number. You can search from the journals or any kinds of standard that you can find easily actually on the Googles. But if you want to make by yourself, you need a long research for this. That's why for the one who interested in making the formula in hydroponic solutions, you need a lot of trial and learn to find out the exact the precise amounts of the element that you need for a certain plants. So this is for an example. We already know the nutrient tolerance range and the plant needs. We can start making the formula. Okay, this is for an example for lettuce. So in here, for example, we need several kinds of compounds that contain several kinds of nutrient elements. For example, this calcium nitrate, and we need also magnesium sulfate, potassium nitrate, just like an ammonium dihydrogen phosphate, and so on, until the micro compounds. But in here, I'm just going to show you an example how we're making or calculating the formula for the hydroponics nutrient. This is just an example. Okay, so in making the formula, we need to understand about the atomic weight and the molecular weight of the compound. So in here, we know that the calcium is only about 80.5% from the molecules. And also this is for the ammonium, and also from the nitrogen. For the nitrogen, it's only 14.2%. Okay, and also another form for nitrate and ammonium. So in here, we can find out that there is, for the calcium, we have 185 ppm on the compound. Okay. So, okay, this is how we counting amounts of each element. And after that, we can counting here the ammonium and also the nitrate. And we know the calcium here, we put it here. Okay, this is what we need for 1,000 liters of nutrients in here. And we already know that the calcium ppm is 185 ppm, we put it here. And then we counting every element in the compound. Because if we want to make the formula, it's very difficult for us to find the one element usually in the compound. So we need to counting every single element. For the magnesium survey, this is the magnesium element is about 9.7%, and the sulfur is about 30%. Now, this is for the previous one, the nitrogen from calcium nitrate. Okay. So we know here that magnesium in the magnesium sulfate is around 62 ppm, which is, I think it's already fulfilled here. Oh, sorry, mg. Magnesium. Okay, sorry. Okay, you can see it here. Okay. 62 ppm means 62 grams per 1,000 liters. Because we use the ppm, we understand that 1 ppm means 1 milligram per liter or gram per 1,000 liters. So we need to take notes on that. So to making 62 ppm, we need around 639 grams of the compound. So we can get 62 ppm. And this is for 1,000 liters of nutrient solutions. It's a little bit complicated, yes. If you want to dealing with the hydroponic nutrients formula, it's quite complicated to counting every element to making the formula. But if you already find the formula, well, you can make a business and sell it. So a lot of to find it's complicated. So most of the new growers is prefer to buy the instant nutrients, because to find these kinds of compounds is also difficult. And some of the compound we need I don't know, maybe sometimes, because sometimes it's also dangerous. It's like a potassium nitrate. It can cause a blast. Yeah, explosive. So we have to be very careful in managing this compound. Okay, so we already know how many magnesiums on the compound. We can also counting how much sulfur on the compound. So in here, because it's around 13%, so we have 80 ppm in a 1,000 liter solutions. Another thing is for potassium sulfate, it's also the same. We need to counting every element on the compound. How we can get this 18.4%? We need to know the atomic weight of every element that we can check the percentage on the compound. Okay, so this is for sulfur and also for the potassium. And okay, in here we can already sum it. Okay, there is around 27 ppm of sulfur. Okay. Okay, so we can counting every elements percentage in every compound. Okay, so we can add this after we know the potassium, we can put it here. Previously, we already have 83 ppm or for sulfur, so we can add it more. 27 here, we can put it here. There, sorry, it's still not in English. Okay, this is also for potassium nitrate. Sorry, I think we forgot to translate this. Okay, we're going to fix it and we're going to replace, I think, on the LMS after this. Okay, so, okay. Okay, so this is one, it's for the complete micronutrients pack. Sometimes we just need to find the micronutrients pack, but if you can counting by yourself, if you have the compounds also, so we can counting here. For example, the amount of micronutrient is 40 grams per 1,000 liters. So in here, from all of the counting, the calculations of the every elements, we can put it here and we can check whether the sum of the whole compounds is already fulfill the requirements of every element for the plants. For example, this is the requirements for the lettuce. So from around 6 different kinds of compound, we can find out that, for example, for nitrogen, there is 142 ppm from the calcium nitrate and also from the potassium nitrates and also the ammonium dihydrogen phosphate and everything. So we can counting here. We can put it here. So we can find out like this. So this is the stock of solutions. So for every compound, for 1,000 liters, we can have a stock A or stock B and put the compounds on that and to do it in 1,000 liters. For a dosage, okay, for 1,000 liters is only for the ready-use nutrient solutions. And before that, we need to make a stock solutions to make it easier for you to keep the nutrient solutions if we don't directly use it to dilute in 1,000 liters. So we need to dissolve all of the compounds into the stock solutions. For example, we make it for 5 liter first, stock A, and stock B for 5 liter, and it will be dilute into 1,000 liters. So for example, if we need 600 liter of solution, so the stock needed is this, around 3 liter of stock A and 3 liter of stock B. So it depends on you how much nutrient that you need to complete the whole cycles of the plant life. Okay, I think that was a little bit sharing about the hydroponics nutrients, and it will be better if we continue in the discussions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fia, for the excellent presentation. I want to welcome Mrs. Sani Hanifa first. So welcome back to the online training. So, hello. So participants, Mrs. Sani will also reply your comments and questions with Mrs. Fiadini. We are now opening the discussion for participants and observers. The discussion remains open until 11:40 for break, the time zone of Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that if you have questions or feedback or suggestions for team lecturer, please deliver your responses in the chat section and I will read your query loudly. Be sure that the addressee is set to everyone so that I and the team lecturer may view your response. On the chat section, the participants already asked various questions. I am going to begin with a question from one Cambodian participant. The question is, for the lecturers, do you have a detailed business plan covering financial and labor costs and materials?
Okay, Nisani have that, but maybe she will share after the break for the complete business plan. But we want to know what kind of business plan that you need. Is it for a certain plans, for example, or what kind of business plan? Because in here we have a business plan, for example, for maybe melon or tomatoes, how much the material cost and financial and the labor and everything. But I think Miss Han is going to share to you after the break, I think. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Mrs. Fia and Mrs. Sunny, I think we can respond to questions from Mr. Saron after the break. So we moved on. Yeah, so maybe we will go on to the following question from Nepal. What is the hydroponic safe range of water in ppm?
Okay. The safe range actually is close to zero is safer. I think it's close to zero is safer because we were going to add a lot of compounds into the nutrients, and if there's any other dissolved things on the water, it's going to affect the ppm of the mixed solutions. So for a certain grower, they need to purify the water first before they use it. So, for example, in here for I don't know, for the water is not really pure. In here is maybe contain about 100 to 200 ppm for the pure water. So the lower is the better.
Maybe I add here. Maybe you can use water from your drinking mineral water. If you don't have any clean water, you have to use your drinking water on a gallon, maybe in the mineral water. Yeah, maybe that's all.
Yeah, the mineral water will be fit for the hydroponic nutrients, but I'm sure it is impossible to buy a lot of mineral water for your complete system. So I think if you're sure that your water is clean enough that you can use it, but you always need to check it using the pH meter and also the TDS meter or EC meter. That was one of the standard tools that we need in the hydroponics. So sometimes the water that we use is contains of maybe 100 or 50 ppm. Yeah, so and we don't have any kinds of tools or machine to purify the water. yeah, we still can add the nutrient solutions, but we need to check the ppm in this nutrient solution using these kinds of tools. And also test pepper for pH, for example, this one. Miss Sunny told that. Yeah, we can check the pH also, and the best is also near the normal pH is about around 7. Yeah, you can see and check that because pH is going to invite the nutrient also, which is going to available or not available for the plants. So I think the lower is the better. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, Mrs. Sani and Mrs. Fia. Mr. Ganesh, do you have a question based on the lecture's clarification? Okay. Now that we not a follow-up comment from Mr. Ganesh, we will go on the following question from Cambodia. She is asking, how does the water used in hydroponic mix affect the growth of the plant? What kind of water is good quality for hydroponic use?
What kind of water is good quality? Tidak mengandung
Okay, how does water used in hydroponics mix, right? Okay. Okay, the first thing is we have to make sure that the water is clean and do not contain with hazardous minerals or toxic minerals. And also the pH is near to the normal pH. And also it's not alkali or saline water. So we have to make sure the more pure water is, the more better, the better one, I think. So we have to make sure that the water that is going to use is in a good conditions from, and it's not contain dangerous mineral or the chemicals. It's not dangerous. So we have to make sure that the water is pure. Okay, so it's much better, just like what Misani said, mineral water that we drink is good for the hydroponics, but I'm sure it is difficult for us to fulfill the requirement of the water. So yeah, I think we have to make sure that the water is not containing too many limes, or maybe it's not alkali, it's not too acid. That's why we need to check it first using the pH and also the TDS meter. I think that was our opinions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fia. Ms. Chandin, do you have a question based on the lecturer's clarification? Ms. Chandin from Cambodia. Okay. Well, now that there is no follow-up comment, we will go on the following question from Bangladesh. Dr. Hussein said, thank you for a great presentation about the formulation and processing of hydroponic cultivation. He said, in fact, sorry for the noise. In fact, nutrient solution composition was typically utilized in water cultivation. Is this the formulation, or is this your mixture development? Are you using whole plant formulation, or this is your developed composition?
Okay. Okay, thank you. So for the first one, we use a whole blend composition for the standard. And after that, actually, this is not my compositions. We take it from the previous research, and one of my colleagues they making the nutrients formula for the hydroponics. But I can say that was the history. Yes, we use the whole blend for standard. I know that there were several versions of whole blend formula, from the whole blend 1 to whole blend 2, and there is another formula, just like a Johnson's and Sunstorms, a lot of formula that we can use as a standard. And after that, we develop it and we make research, which is it better to grow the plants using this kinds of formula, or we need to improve it? That was the interesting things to work with hydroponics nutrients, because we need a lot of trial and learn to make sure that we at least be close to the requirement of the plants itself. So yes, we use a whole blend for the standard, and then we improve it for the compositions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fia. Dr. Hussein, do you have a question based on Mrs. Fia's clarification? Oh, he said, yeah. He said, in your nutrient composition, I did not find any CI source.
Oh yeah, sorry. Chloride, okay. Okay, I will check it later about that, because chloride sometimes contain also in the water. So we also provide the micronutrients. This is only for example, Dr. Hussein. It's not all of the chemical that we write down on the presentations. So yes, we need to complete everything, but this is only a few of the components. For example, we are not writing all of the complete micronutrients, just like an iron piece by piece. No, sorry. This is only for an example, but you can always improve it by yourself and making your own details of formulation calculations. Thank you for the correction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will go on the following question from Nepal. She said that she worked at an enterprise last year importing automated hydroponics, but nutrient control has become a concern. They cannot find a hydroponic nutrient solution on the Nepalese market. Can they therefore utilize urea, DAP, and MOP that are available in Nepal easily?
Yes, thank you. It's a good thing that, yeah, is it right that sometimes we have a difficulty to find the hydroponics nutrient in certain place, and of course we still can make it your own formula. We can create our formula using the urea and also any kinds of fertilizer that you have in your country, and also here in Indonesia, something like this. Oh, sorry, I need to share this. Yeah, something like this. Oh, sorry. Okay. This is what we have also here. If we don't have hydroponic nutrients solutions or nutrient pack for the hydroponics, we can also make them by ourselves using several kinds of nutrients or fertilizer that we can easily get in our place, such as urea, and in here we have calcium chloride and also the superphosphate. But once again, we need to counting how many percents of every element in this type of fertilizer, how many percents. And also we have these kinds, this is only for an example, okay? These kinds of micronutrients that we can get from the fertilizer that we usually apply for the leaves. They usually contain some micronutrient as well. So this is another, well, we can say an alternative to make hydroponics nutrient solutions. But we have to remember that these kinds of fertilizer, they have another compound that they usually put also in the fertilizers. For example, urea is only about 45 to 46% in here in Indonesia, the amounts of nitrogens, and the rest of that, it can cause a sediment. So when we mix it together, we have to regularly to mix it even in the tanks, the nutrition tank, because there's another compounds from this kinds of fertilizer. And sometimes it can cause clogging on the system also. But it is always possible. Even sometimes the hydroponics grower also making their own research. How if I using organic nutrients solutions, for example, or maybe just like a previous day, we talk about the aquaponics using the fish pond. Also, it also contains several kinds of elements that our plant needs, but sometimes we cannot guarantee how many percent or the amounts of the essential elements that provided in this kinds of nutrients, especially for the organic one. So I think if we want to have hydroponics installations and the nutrient available, this is also a good option that we can use it for, we can use as a hydroponic nutrients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fia. Miss Januka from Nepal, do you have a question based on the lecture's clarification? Or wait, okay, now that there is no follow-up question, we will go on the next question. Another question from Mr. Ganesh. Can you clarify that on what basis are nutrients classified into stock A and B?
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is also important things that we need to okay. Why we need to divide it, the nutrient solution, into stock A and stock B. Oh, sorry, I should share it first. Okay, this one. Okay, because if we mix it in a stock form or in the high concentrations of the nutrients, the calcium and the phosphate and also the sulfate will cause a sediment. So we always divide it into two stocks, stock A and stock B. And sometimes the nutrient solution, we call it AB mix, stock A and stock B mix. This is the main reason why we cannot put it together into one stock. So we have to divide it into two stocks because calcium, they cannot meet the sulfate and also the phosphate compound. So we need to separate it first in the stock solutions. But in the time you mix it in the nutrient solution that are ready for your installations, yeah, it can be mixed because the concentration is not very high anymore. So the ions can be released good for the plants and the plants can absorb it. But for the stock solution, you need to separate it because every part of this Ca or calcium and sulfate and also phosphate will not be able to absorb by the plant if they are in the sediments form. That's why we need to separate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fia. I believe it answers the questions from Mr. Ganesh. So I would like to remind participants that the discussion remains open for the next 15 minutes.
We're going to show you how we mix the nutrient solutions. We still have time.
Sure, Mrs. Fia, please.
Okay, we can start. Okay, in here, we're going to show you how we make the nutrient solution stock. This is for the stock solutions before we mix it into the nutrient solution that are ready for the hydroponics. This one is stock A. This is nutrient for a half liter, 500 milliliters of stock solutions. Okay, first. Okay. Oh, sorry. First, we use a mineral water because okay, this one is what we use is a mineral water.
We check the pH.
And we can check the pH first to make sure that the water is in the good quality. Okay, it's a little bit alkali, right? Mhm. Okay, 7.1. Okay. 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 Still. This one is for the stock A. Suggest you do not use the metal stirrer because it's going to affect and have a reaction with the chemical elements in here. So you can use a plastic or a glass like this. Okay, and then we added the water until 500 milliliters or half a liter. Okay, it's about half a liter of stock solutions for A stock. So this one is for the B. Put this stock B. But, or you don't have to use this kind of baker glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is because we're in the laboratory. This is just an example. You can use a plastic measuring cup like this one. Like this one, you can use it. But we are not suggest you to use the metal stirrer because it will affect the solution because they were going to have a reaction from it. So we have to mix it evenly until all of the ingredients is dissolved. I think it's need a little time here for the stocking. Okay, this is only for an example how we make the stock solutions. And we can always keep this stock solutions. So you can take a kinds of bottle, a plastic bottle, and you can put it here and close it before you use it for the nutrients. So for the application, we can take about 5 milliliters of stock A and stock B for 1 liter of hydroponics nutrient solutions.
Put in a liter, 1 liter water. Kocok dulu. Oh, ini sudah. Sorry, ini kita first. Oh, ini begitu dulu.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is nutrient solutions that are ready to apply in the hydroponics installations. You can use any kinds of installations you have, maybe a simple one like this. This one is for a wick system. You can put the nutrient solutions here. This one is using a rock wool, and that one is using the rice husk charcoals. Or even you can use it to gel. Yes, you can use it with the hydrogel like this. This is a hydrogel, and this is one of the, you can use it for the hydroponic media as well. It looks beautiful when you put it in your office room. So there's so many colors. You can soak the hydrogel. This is the hydrogel before we soak it into the nutrient solutions. There's so many colors here. And after that, we can soak the hydrogel and become like this, and we can put the plants inside the media. So this is how we're preparing the nutrient solutions for hydroponics. This is for the small amounts. Yeah, it's only for 1 liter. But if you have a big system, of course, you need more, maybe 1,000 liters. You can add it maybe about 5 liters of stocks for the nutrient solutions. Okay. Okay, that's why. This is how we make preparing the nutrient solutions. And for you who are interested in how to making your own formula, now you can make your own formula using many kinds of compounds that you have in making your own formula, because there are different formula for leafy vegetables and also for the ornamental plants and also for tubers. Some of the hydroponic nutrients product, they make a different formula for every type of plants. So this is, for example, there is a different compositions. For example, the hydroponic nutrients for leafy vegetables is contain nitrogen around 20.7%, while for the fruit vegetables, just like a tomatoes or pepper bell, the nitrogen is only about 17.9%. So the formula, yeah, it's based on your research or your calculations, and try and learn to get your best formula if you want to make these kinds of hydroponics nutrients. And you always able to have another alternative. If you don't have these kinds of hydroponics nutrients, you can make the hydroponics nutrients solutions from a single fertilizer element, just like urea and everything. But of course, there is several weakness of making hydroponics nutrients using the single components of fertilizer, that we have to regularly stir it, the nutrient solution, so it will not cause a clogging on the system. Okay, I think that was our practical session this weekend.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Via and Mrs. Sunny. The participant already asked various questions. Maybe one final question before we break from Nepal. Has there any relation between the hydroponic water quantity and the nutrients it uses?
Yes, of course. Okay. Yes, of course. There is a relations between the volume of hydroponics water and the nutrients amount used, because we're going to control the nutrient solutions using the easy meter and also the pH meter, because if it's too high, the ppm is going too high, and it's become difficult for plant to absorb it. And later on, after the break, we're going to discuss about the maintenance, how we're going to create a different ppm based on the plant stage. So for example, for lettuce, we need around 801, for example. We cannot put it directly 1000 ppm for the young plants. So we need to reduce the ppm first, then we can increase it when the plants grow to mature plants. So that's why if it's too high, we can put more water, and if it's too low, we can add more stock solutions. So yes, there is a relation between the amounts of the water and also the nutrients amounts. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mrs. Fia, for your answers. Because this is almost a break, I can pending the unresolved questions, and after the break, we are going to respond. So, I would like to remind the participants, you may get all the materials from your LMS account. The recording of our training will also be uploaded on YouTube, and you will receive the YouTube link via email later. Honorable team lecturers, thank you very much for the detailed and very engaging interaction with. Yeah, since it is already 11:40 a.m. Jakarta time zone, the discussion could perhaps be put into recess. I would like to inform the participants that a breakout room has been offered. I understand that some people know each other in real life. Therefore, please utilize this facility to interact. Join the breakout room by clicking the P2P room on the top left of your screen, which shall appear in a few minutes. For those of you who have something else to do, you could exit the Zoom meeting and return in 50 minutes with the same link, meeting ID, and passcode. I am therefore announcing the recess of this training.
Oh, sampai beneran. Mending diputar kapan sih videonya? Udah kita udah sampai terakhir atau terakhir lagi? Terakhir aja. Jadi terakhir. Next. Density and
Distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the online training course on hydroponic technology of vegetable cultivation. Our discussion and presentation on nutrition of hydroponic and seedling, planting, and maintenance will continue. 1 hour remains before the action plan agenda. Perhaps I could ask one question to Mr. and Mrs. Fiadini Putri. Uh, Mrs. Fiadini Putri. Yeah, the participants did had various questions that remain unaddressed due to the recess. Mrs. Fia, would you recommend that we head towards presentation or answer the questions first?
Okay, I'm sorry. Um, oh yeah, I think it's better to have a presentation from Miss Sunny first because I saw several questions is going to be related with the maintenance for 3 sessions that is going to presented by Miss Sunny.
Okay, thank you very much. We may now proceed to Mrs. Sani's presentation. Mrs. Sani, you can start your presentation now.
Okay, thank you, Niken. Okay, let me share my screen. Sorry. So, sorry. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, today this is the last session of this online training on hydroponic. That is seedling, parenting, and maintenance. Okay. The first, I will tell about how to seedling and what should we do on seedling or nursery. There are several things that we must consider in nursery. Is the first is seed preparation, and second seed treatment, and the last one is hydroponic media. Okay. The first is seed preparation. Okay. We should choose the seed certified seed. Why? Because seed whose production, because it relates to quality of seed. Because certified seed is seed whose production process goes through the stages of the seed certification system and has met quality standard, both field and laboratory standard for each commodity. And also you should check the package of the seed you buy. Check the expired date of the package. Because if it expired, the growth power of the seed will be decreased. And also you have to do germination test. What the aim of a germination test is? The first is we can see the minimum seed viability is 90%. And also we can see the seed will growing healthy and normal. And also the seedling free from pest and disease. And also the seedling can grow fresh green string and leaves. And also the seedling have healthy roots. And the most important, the seeds are grow uniformly. And this is to process how to germination of the seed. As we know, we have to seed soft and hard seed. Soft seed like kale, spinach, lettuce, and sesame. And hard seeds like chili, pepper bell, watermelon, and melon. This is the process one. You have to soak the seeds on lukewarm water in 15 minutes. But for hard seed, you have to soak the seed in 1 hour. And the seeds are ready to go straight sowing on the planting medium before germinating, like this, like in the picture. You have to put your seed on warm water, and you see the seed on the bottom of the glass. You can check it, but the seed, the floating seed, you cannot use the floating seed because it bad seed. Okay. This is the process two. You can also, after you sow, you moisten in tissue for 2 or 4 days for soft seed, and for hard seed, 8 up to 10 days. After that, the seed germinate will be moved to growing media. There is two process. Or maybe you can adjust to country or the place your home country. You can adjust. Okay. The second one is the seed treatment. Seed treatment is applied to seed that have not received treatment from the producer. And then, what aim of the seed treatment? To avoid pests, fungi, and bacteria during the nursery. This is the important thing, because in the nursery, sometimes there is a pest or fungi. Okay, seed treatment can use pesticide, insecticide, fungicide, and bactericide. This is how to apply the pesticide. There is two methods, dry method and wet method. For dry method, we can use pesticide and mix directly with the seed, usually in powder. We can mix in seed and powder pesticide. But for the wet method, we can use pesticide in form of powder or liquid, mix with water first, and then seed or soak in pesticide solution. There is two ways how to apply pesticide. This is how dosage or concentration fungicide you can use. The first one, you can use the recommended dosage or concentration listed on the packaging. This is important thing. Use when you buy fungicide on the market, you should see carefully of the dosage of concentration you should use for seed treatment. Okay. If using liquid pesticide on wet method, you can use 2 milliliter per 1 liter of water for 1 kilogram of seed. But if using powder pesticide on wet method, you can use 2 gram per 1 liter of water for 1 kilogram of seed. 2 gram you should dilute for 1 liter water, and you soak the seed, 1 kilogram of seed. And the rest, if using powder pesticide on dry method, you just sprinkle evenly until the entire surface of the seed is covered. And we next to what is hydroponic media. On first presentation, Ms. Via said mention hydrogel, rock wool, and so on. This is some rule of the media that can be used in hydroponic system. The first one is does not contain nutrients. Okay, like rock wool or some hydrogel. The first you should do does not contain nutrients first, and the media has to clean and aseptic, and has to have two porosity is good, and have an ability to keep the water. Also, does not contain trisap, and does not contain oil. Also, the media does not contain coloring agent. And the important thing is does not contain hazardous and toxic material. Okay, this is a rule of hydroponic media. The first one, I will tell about rock wool. What is a rock wool? Rock wool is a growing medium that is widely used in hydroponic farmers. This planting medium has advantages over other media, especially in terms of the ratio of the composition of water and the air that can be stored by this growing medium. Okay, and also here we got coco peat. Coco peat is a planting medium that has high water absorption and can store more water than is stored in the soil. Also, we can use husk charcoal. Husk charcoal is the skin of paddy rice or rice husk, which has undergone a partial combustion process or incomplete combustion. Okay. There are some various advantages in using husk charcoal as a planting medium. Are easy to obtain, lightweight, sterile, good porosity, and easy to apply. Okay. The use of husk charcoal is generally used for hydroponic plants such as tomato, pepper bell, and cucumber. Okay, then we got here in picture cocoa grow. Cocoa grow is a planting medium made using coconut coir, where there is still cocoa peat powder that stick to the fiber. Okay, and hydroton. Hydroton is a hydroponic growing medium made from heated clay in the form of spheres with size varying from 1 to up to 2.5 centimeters in this field. There are pores that can absorb water or nutrients so that they can maintain the availability of nutrients. And this is hydrogel. Okay, hydrogel gel that can absorb and store water hundreds of times its weight. Hydrogel function to absorb water and nutrients for plants and release it slowly according to the plant's need. And here's some picture about how to preparation your growing media made from rock wool. The first one is rock wool. You soak the rock wool, and then you drain it, and you uncut size two times 2 centimeter, and then perforated approximately 0.5 centimeter depth. Maybe we can practice. Okay. That's hydroponic media. And then we get to nursery house. This is important thing. Okay. What the aims of nursery house is to protect plants from temperature, humidity, light intensity, rainfall, and also pests and disease. The nursery house can be made of material with bamboo, wood, mild steel, or pipe framework. This is ideally nursery house. The roof and walls of the nursery house made of UV plastic material. Okay. But you can adjust to your home country. Okay. What the inside of nursery house? There are seedbed racks, yeah, like the picture. There are seedbed racks. Also, seedling racks are placed at a height that is not direct contact with the soil, not contact directly with the soil. Also, seedling cells are intended to prevent the seed from microorganisms in the soil. Okay. Here's another picture of a nursery house. Seedling racks also facilitate the process of caring for seed while in nursery. And then seedling racks can be made of bamboo, like the picture, made of bamboo, wood, mostly parallel pipes, or a combination of these materials. But in the picture, made from bamboo. After we prepare the nursery house, then we has to sterilization the media. Okay. Media sterilization, we can use chemical or steaming. On the chemical, the planting media was soaked with fungicide and bactericide. For the dosage is 2 grams per 1 liter water, or 2 milliliter per liter of water for 1 to 2 hours, and then drain. Sterilization by steaming. The planting medium is steamed using a steamer pan, autoclave drum, or other steamer for 1 hour, then cool down. After that, you can use the media for seedling. And then we going to how to technique of planting seed. The first one, we have to prepare a good seedling location. We consider about temperature, humidity, light intensity, and rainfall control. Okay, we have to prepare a seed tray to store the seedling medium. Also, we prepare the seedling media that has been selected and sterilized. And then we spray the seedling medium with clean water. Make sure all of the media is wet. Okay. After that, we make the planting hole based on the size of the seed of the plant. Make sure the planting hole is not too wide and too deep. In the picture, we use rock wool. Make a hole not too wide and too deep. Okay? And plant the seed into the hole in the seed medium. Make sure that each seedling hole contains only one plant seed. Remember, seedling hole contains only one plant seed. And then cover the planting hole if not using rock wool. But if using rock wool, not to cover, but if you not using rock wool, you have to cover the seed. Maybe you use husk charcoal. After you put the seed on the husk charcoal, you have to cover the planting holes. Okay. Give the water again. Make sure the planting medium is not too wet. When it's while in the nursery, make sure the condition of the planting media are always wet. Okay, here's some picture about spinach seeds on the rock wool media. The first, it provides enough seed and rock wool perforated on the top of surface, and you sowing the seed on the rock wool, and the seed are picked up with the tip of finger or toothpick. To make easier, you put the seed on hole planting. Okay, and then this is a picture about kangkung seed. Kangkung in Indonesia is kangkung. Maybe another name, yeah, kangkung. Okay, this is provide a piece of rock wool made 5 holes. Each hole contains, oh, I'm sorry, kangkung, yeah, sorry. Then insert the seed into the holes with your hand or tweezers. Okay, and then we have a picture about a lettuce seed. One seed sowing on the rock wool. Put the seed into the hole with your hand or tweezer. To make easier, you put seed on growing media. Okay, that's all about seedling. And after the seedling, how we plant the seedling on the hydroponic system. Okay. In planting in hydroponic system, there are 2 pre-planting and planting technique. The first is pre-planting. We have to, the seed that will be transplanted have met their age. Not too young or too old or late to transfer from seedling to the installation. Okay. The age for transplanting range from 7 to 21 days, depending on the type of crop commodity and the location where it was grown. And then make a selection of seeds before the planting process. If the seedling healthy, you can transfer on installation, but the seedling have disease or pest, no, you have to remove it, the seedling. Make sure that only seeds that grow healthy and normal are planted on the installation hydroponic you choose. Okay, and this is the picture transfer seedling into installation planting technique. The first, plant in the morning or evening or when the weather is not hot. Remember, you should transfer the seedling to installation in the morning or evening and the weather is not too hot. And try to keep the plants from sinking too much into the net pot or other growing media. Also, make sure no plant leaves touch the pipe because maybe the pipe is hot directly to sunlight and it's hot and make the if leaves touch the pipe it can the leaf is okay. And the last one, make sure the flow of nutrient is smooth and normally. You should check the installation. There was no clog or leakage. And that's all of the planting. And we're going to maintenance. There are several things must be. This is the important thing. Okay. The first is we should check the nutrition or nutrition content. Okay. To check the nutrition, we used to pH and TDS, like Miss Pia said later. Okay. A pH meter is measured to pH level in the water both before and after adding nutrition, so that plants can grow more normally. But TDS is measured the total rate of particle dissolved in water. In nutritional control, we should nutrition checks and nutritional enhancement, also substitution of nutrients, also nutrient manufacture. In maintenance technique, ideally we should check the nutrition every day, at least once a week, by paying attention to the environmental condition for growing plants. Take notes for evaluation of next season. Then after you check nutrition regularly, you should give labeling that write the name and period of the plant. To remind when we move from seedling to installation and to determine when to harvest the plant, vegetable plant. For example, this is for kangkung. And the important thing is to set the lighting of the greenhouse. If it's very hot, you can install a paranet or shade net. And also because if the screen is very hot, cause wilting and a bitter taste of vegetable. But if lack of light, it into a place of sufficient light or adding LED light. Because if screen lack of light, cause wilting, etiolation, and less than optimal growth. Also, the important thing is to check temperature and humidity of screen house, because if temperature in the greenhouse is too hot, you can addition of a fan. If temperature in the nursery tank is too high, you put the reservoir is stored in the shade. For the humidity is in 50 up to 80%, because high humidity reduce nutrient absorption, and if low humidity with the plant solution, for the solution, install paranet and sprinkler in the greenhouse. For checking the environmental condition for plant growth can be done through conditioning temperature, humidity, light intensity, and rainfall. Ideally, it should be checked every day, morning, afternoon, and evening during the plant growth. Then the results are added and average. Okay, and also takes note as an evaluation of the next growing season. This is pruning or thinning. Pruning or thinning is removing both old shoot and leaves so that the nutrients absorbed by the plant are centered on the main stem so that it will produce good quality fruit. This is for example, in the picture is plant of tomato. Fruit vegetable, cutting branch, stem, leaves are not productive. Here some not productive in tomato plant. Also, we should monitor and also we can cutting leaf and stem. Make the if we cut leaves and stem, it will make the flow of nutrient more focused and also can stimulate the emergence of new productive branch and also make plant condition steadier and more beautiful. Also, we can cutting the roots done when the plant roots are too dense. Here, don't forget to monitor your installation, the cleanliness, or if there is a leakage. Clean mean minimal moss and schedule and an installation was. You have to make schedule when you have to clean the installation. Maybe after harvest, you can wash your installation hydroponic for maximal growing next season on vegetable. If there is leakage, you can use paraffin glue. If there is a pest, you can pest control using vegetable pesticide or using traps. Yellow traps. Okay. This is some picture about for yellow trap. Maybe different every country, but some function to trap the insect. If there is pest, you can use vegetable pesticide. What the advantages of vegetable pesticide? The first is environmentally friendly because vegetable pesticide have organic material that is easily biodegradable. Then we use chemical pesticide. Inorganic pesticide. Also, vegetable pesticide residue are easily biodegradable, not to human, and material pesticide are easily available, do not poison or damage to plants, and the manufacturing cost is relatively cheap for making vegetable pesticide. Also, the use of vegetable pesticide provides added value. But there is some lack of vegetable pesticide. Organic pesticide, sorry, vegetable pesticide or organic pesticide. Oh yeah, sorry. The organic pesticide, the spraying performance of organic pesticide is not as fast as chemical pesticide. And then organic pesticide can evaporate as easily because of the high intensity of the sun. Also, organic pesticide, the storage doesn't last long, not like chemical pesticide. The raw material on making organic pesticide are available in large quantities, also low toxicity. Okay. Here's some material or tool if we making organic pesticide from the garlic. Okay. Yeah, how to make garlic? This is you can read. Yeah, you grate the garlic and mash the clove for 1 liter of water. Yeah. And then save for 1 day or until the waste of the material is. And then you should filter the solution using a filter or soft cloth. Let them for a while, then store in a tightly closed bottle. And then you can mix 0.25 liter of solution with 1 tablespoon of liquid soap and stir well. Then put it in the sprayer. This is how to use organic pesticide. For application, you can spray onto the base of the affected plant in the afternoon or evening. For prevention, you just spray the organic pesticide every 2 weeks. Okay. Here are some picture melon. Melon usually use of stake. The stake can support so that the ground plant stem do not fall. Like tomato, melon, or pepper bell, you have to use stakes. Here a picture about nutrition AB mix. Like practice in the first session. Or on the package, on the label, the value of EC is 2 for leafy vegetable. When you make the nutrition solution, you have to read carefully the package. This is a table of EC electric conductivity according to several versions. The brand HANA, UTEC, or Tuntian, or CF. Different every country. You can use this is a brand HANA, UTEC, Tuntian. Okay. Like Miss Fia said later on, the nutrient density and acidity. The concentration of nutrient solution to the plant means in early planting, the TDS should be 200 up to 400 and SA 1.2. On 14 day after plant, the TDS should 600 up to 800 and the EC 1.5 up to 2. About 30 day after plant, TDS have to 800 up to 1,000. The EC 2 up to 2.5. And in the generative, 1,200 and for essay is 2.5 up 3. This in the table we can see the race of TDS and EC. You should pay attention in this stage: early planting, 14 day after plant, or 30 day after plant, or generative. And the acidity of nutrient solution is in the range 5.8 up to 6.5. Here are some table recommended pH and nutritional concentration in hydroponic in leafy vegetable. Also, we have cabbage, lettuce, This is a table for fruit vegetable on chili, fish, okra. We can see here in fruit plants on pH and ppm. Also, we have flower plants. This is table for flower plants too. This is a table for herbal plants. Also, we have table for tuber crops, shallot, garlic, potato, and so on. Maybe that's all. The last thing is important thing is harvesting. We should pay attention in harvest time. Has the plant entered the harvest period? Because each plant has a different harvest period. And also do it when it's not too hot. Generally in the afternoon, in order to reduce the risk of wilting and damage to plant. You have to choose carefully the time you harvest your vegetable in hydroponics. And also how to harvest. There is two ways: plant roots will include or plant roots will exclude. There is advantages and disadvantages for the plant roots will include. The first is the plus is make the condition of vegetables stay fresh and last longer shelf life. And also the plus is ensure plant certainty from hydroponic. But negative side is it is necessary to reseed immediately to harvest will take longer. Also, plant roots will exclude. The plus one is safe on crop usage and can harvest faster. And the negative side is vegetable storage cannot last long except storage in the refrigerator. So this is some picture about you harvest your plant with the roots and without the roots. This is you harvest plant with the roots, and this is the picture plant not without the roots and rock wool. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your attention. That's all my presentation about seedling, planting, and maintenance. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Are we discussion?
Yeah. Maybe we can. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sanu, for an excellent presentation. We are now opening the discussion for participants. The discussion remains open until 1:30 p.m. the time of Jakarta. To Mr. Ganesh from Nepal, do you have a question based on a clarification from the lecturer on the use of nutrient solutions during the agricultural cycle?
Okay. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe the nutrition, if the nutrition in the container or reservoir reduced, you can add some more of nutrient solution, but don't forget you have to check on TDS or EC and pH to the plant age you're planting. Maybe Ms. Pia can add.
Okay, so how often we use nutrient solution during a crop cycle? For the hydroponics, we need to maintain the nutrient solution because, for example, for kinds of NFT installations or DFT installations, the nutrient is continuing recycling from the system to the reservoir, and in the whole time, I mean, one life cycle. So what we need to do is to check, just like Ms. Sunny said, always check the EC and also the pH of the nutrient solution, because during the circulation, sometimes they will be evaporating. The nutrient solution will be evaporate, so it's going to reduce the volume of the nutrient solution. When that's happened, we need to add the nutrient solutions, and still we need to check the pH and make it suitable to the plant age, whether it is still in the young plant or in the mature or in the generative phase. So, and okay, for several specific situations, we need to change all the nutrient solutions. For example, if there is a disease, if you see one of the plant was attacked by a plant disease such as fungi, maybe you need to take them out and drain whole the system and change the nutrient solutions. That was for very specific situations. But if everything's okay, so you just need to check the nutrient solution regularly. You need to check the volume and also the EC or the ppm and also the pH. Okay, thank you, Ms. Nikan.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to the team lecturers. A follow-up question from Mr. Ganesh. How often do we need to purify or modify the hydroponic water system, and what is galang?
Galanga. It's a kind of like ginger.
Like a ginger, galanga.
Galanga. Miss Nika, we call it lengkuas.
Lengkuas.
Oh, lengkuas.
Yeah.
Yeah, lengkuas is, yeah, I think
Galanga.
galangal, yeah.
Yeah, galanga. Okay.
Okay. A follow-up question from Mr. Ganesh. We should not vary, a comment, I think. We should not vary the concentration of nutrients by plant age as we do with drop watering. Do you have a response, Mrs.?
Which word? Oh, don't we need to change the nutrient concentrations according to the age? Okay. When we also do the drip irrigations, we should also change the ppm, but the nutrient concentrations can be changed by adding the nutrient solutions, and the concentration we can check from the EC meter. So if we need to improve the concentration, we only need to add the stock solutions without adding more water. So it's going to increase the concentration. And so if you need to lower the concentration, we just add more water.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Fia. Mr. Ganesh, do you have other comments? Ganesh.
Semuanya, sama.
Was not Maybe we may go to Cambodia. The question is, what is the pesticide name that can be used to treat seed? What particular vegetable pesticide do you suggest us to use? Maybe, Mrs. Sunny, I remember you mentioned it earlier, but maybe do you have a presentation slide for the name of the pesticide?
Oh, the name of the pesticide. Balik tinggi. Oh, ke sini. Share dulu. Terus begini. Ada yang pesticide. Let me check. Okay. Okay. This is my screen. The pest is a white fly in some of the plant. I see white fly. Maybe in your country is the name. We call it in Indonesia language is kutu kebul, but in English is white fly. Okay.
Ms. Nikan, can you clarify what is the questions again?
Yeah. Clarify the
Which one?
question. I can't hear you.
The question is the name of the pesticide for vegetable treatment.
Oh, treatment. For untuk si treatment nama pesticide.
Okay. The name is pesticide for in treatment. For the seed treatment, we use fungicide. We use fungicide for seed treatment.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's for seed treatment we can use a kind of pesticide like a fungicide and also bactericide. For the branding, you can you can use what you have in your country.
Yeah.
In here we have so many like Benlade, but that was a brand name. But it's always we always use fungicides and also bactericides. And especially for the spinach, it's a very small seed, and I have an information that some of the growers always put a fungicide for the nursery or for the nursery for the spinach because it's easy to attack by a fungi. So that's one of the seed treatment for the seeds.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Fia and Mrs. Sani. Maybe we may go to a question from Bangladesh that was addressed before the break. The question is, can you connect him to a kind of company to supply nutrient packing and hydroponics?
Well, if you need it, we can share to you one of the contact. I think this one, you have the contact.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you can send me your email from Dr. Hossein, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Dr. Hossein. Yeah, I
You
will.
can send your email.
Yes. Yeah, for participants, I will share the emails of the trainers by the end of the training so that you may have a follow-up. If you have a follow-up question or maybe a suggestion for the trainers, you may contact them right away through an email. So Dr. Hossein also asked, can you say that the nutritional solution and substrates are possible for use?
Uh, for the substrate, I mean a media of rock wool, I think it's not suitable for reuse because maybe the rock wool after use can contain some fungi that affect to another seedling. I think not good to reuse the rock wool or substrate.
Okay.
For the nutrient, also we suggest not to reuse the nutrient solution. You make a new nutrient solution for new seedling or you're planting vegetable. Maybe that's all. Miss Pia can
Yeah, maybe for the reuse of the substrate, this is for the example. This is we use this is the rock wool, and you can see it is not clean anymore. So if we reuse this kind of substrate, I think it will not be suitable, and it's going to reduce the quality of your seedlings.
You can see. Bisa. Kamera. Okay. Here's some example of rock wool already used. I think it's not suitable. We should not suitable for reuse again because contain some fungi or anything. Maybe Miss Pia can add some more.
Yeah, I think for nutrient as well, it's better for. We are not suggesting to you to reuse the nutrient solution as well because it's going to reduce the quality. In the matter of fact, we already mix the nutrients in the nutrient solution in the system, and during the life cycle is already taken by the plant, so it will not be complete anymore. So it's better for one whole life cycle, we can change with the new one.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sunny and Mrs. Via. Well, it appears that we only have 2 minutes left until we go to the next agenda, the action plan. Maybe we can conclude this presentation and discussion.
Okay, before we conclude,
Yeah, previously there is a questions about the cost of
making installation of hydroponic.
we can show a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, I share my screen first.
Okay, sure.
But I'm sorry, in Bahasa, I'm not translate yet. This is some cost for making the installation. For the cost is almost 105 US dollar in in the size of a meter and height to 2 meter, height 2 meter and wide and 1 meter installation. Maybe later on I will translate in English and I deliver to LMS.
Yeah. But still it depends on the quality of the structure and also what kinds of materials that you use for your business plan. So it depends on what you want to plan and what kinds of the structure. Now maybe you can just adjust it in your business plan.
and you can add labor, the cost of labor, different in every country maybe. Thank you, Ms. Niken.
Thank you, Ms. Niken.
Thank you very much. Um, Thank you very much, team lecturer, for sharing your knowledge. Now, since it is already 1:30 p.m., so the session may be closed. For participants who still have other queries, you can send the lecturer team emails that we will submit to you later after the training. Now, may I invite Mrs. Sani Hanifa to provide final comments.
Okay, thank you very much for your great attention, ladies and gentlemen, and may all those we have said be beneficial for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sani, for the warm remarks. It is also an honor for us to have you imparting your knowledge to the participants from Asia and Pacific countries. Mrs. Fia, do you have final comments before we finish this session of nutrition of hydroponic and seedling planting and maintenance?
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very good session, and we hope we still can continue communicate after these sessions. Maybe we can sharing more about the information and knowledge about hydroponics. Maybe we can learn more things from your country, from the participants' country. So we'd like to say thank you very much for your attention, and we hope we can meet in the another sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fia and Mrs. Sani. I hope that we can stay in touch after the training with the participants. Now we moved on to the next agenda, the action plan. For participants with access to the Learning Management System, LMS, please stay for a few minutes since the ICAT Lembang has some important messages. Maybe Mrs. Fia, you can start socializing to the participants on how the action plan works.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to open the LMS first. Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Nikan.
You're welcome.
Okay, to complete the whole sequence of the training, we want to ask all of the participants to fill the action plan that we already provided in the LMS system. Okay. Okay, this one. Okay, so on this part, after the synchronous learning, at the end of the LMS, sorry. Oh, sorry, I lost it. Okay, I lost the connection with the LMS. Okay. Okay, at the end of this training sequence, we have a post-test and also program evaluations and also the action plan. So an action plan is a written document that describes the steps that supervisors, trainers, or learners or co-workers will complete to help maximize the transfer of learning. So the action plan can be used by individuals to prepare strategy to achieve the personal goals. And for the action plan, you can download the action plan form in this LMS. And after that, you can upload the action plan. So this is going to be beneficial, not only for you to focusing on the transfer of learning, but also for us in here to, as the evaluations materials also in the future training. And don't forget also to fill the evaluation form for this training sequence. And we really hope that you're going to fill the evaluation so we can improve our next program. So, and don't forget to fill also the post test to complete whole of the sequence. Okay, the action plans is in the last part of this LMS. I think that's all. Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all, Ms. Nikan.
Thank you,
For
Mrs.
the action plan.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Fia, for the clarification. Based on the user interface, I think the participant has to finish a post test and then an evaluation form and then an action plan. Is that
Yeah.
correct? So
Yeah.
I would like to inquire, Mrs. Fia, when is the post test and action plan deadline for participants? The deadline.
Deadline 3. Hari
Okay.
ini jam 3.
Today, oh, okay.
The deadline.
For the deadline of the evaluation and action plan, it's going to be locked on 3 p.m. Jakarta time.
3 p.m.
Yes, 3 p.m.
Okay. 3 p.m. Jakarta time today or in another day?
Today.
Oh, today. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Mrs. Via, for the clarification. Okay, many thanks, the team lecturer of the ICAT Lembang for today's fruitful discussion. Now we are moving for the closing session. May I invite Mrs. Siti Karimatun, the representative of ICAT, to say farewell to the audience. Mrs. Siti, I'm sorry we cannot hear you. Or maybe you can wear an earphone, maybe. I think it will help, Mrs. Siti. Hopefully. Try to join from different device. Smartphone, maybe. I'm sorry. Okay, participants, while we are waiting for Mrs. Siti, I would like to remind you about the information earlier from the ICAT Lembang, that the time frame, action plan, post test, and evaluation is quite short. Actually, we have like 1 hour and 15 minutes. So please complete this. You can start completing it by now. In fact, I think right now is best time, because while the Zoom interface still on, you can, if you have difficulties while using the LMS, you can address the question right away. Best time can respond while the Zoom interface still on. So you can address the question right away. I'm already joining now. Yeah. Necessity.
Yes, can
Yeah,
you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Uh, yeah, Miss Niken, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, jadi ini. Tuh, tuh. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's clear now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Miss Niken. Honorable the acting director for Non-Aligned Movement Center for South Technical Cooperation. Honorable Director of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Training, Lembang. Resource speaker in Indonesia Center for Agriculture Training, Lembang. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us pray God the Almighty for His blessing, so that we can gather virtually for the closing ceremony for the training course on hydroponic technology of vegetable cultivation. I'd like to extend my warmest thanks to all participants who had shared, expanded, and exchanged their experiences for the last two fruitful days of this training program. I believe that the 2 previous days of this program somehow could enhance participants' skill and knowledge, especially for hydroponic, and also could play important roles in disseminating expertise and experiences to farmers in your country. On behalf of Indonesia Center for Agriculture Training, I'd like to deliver my sincere gratitude to NAM Center and Indonesia Center for Agriculture Training Lembang for hosting and this training to To all resource persons and all participants, I'm so glad that we could give and share experiences of this training program. Once again, thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Mrs. Siti, thank you very much. NAM Center also commends our continuous collaboration in the agriculture programs for South-South Technical Cooperation. We have highly valued knowledge of associate experts at the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia in view of their long-standing contributions made to the capacity building of human resources in developing countries. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now after we finish the entire sessions, I desire to conclude this synchronous learning platform. Perhaps I have a question to Ms. and the other team member at the ICAT Lembang. It appears that I think one participant has difficulty in logging into the LMS. And I'm thinking that maybe the time frame is a bit short. I don't know whether it is possible to extend it, Mrs. Via.
Itunya perpanjang postesnya.
Okay, I think we have a short discussion with the team, and maybe we can extend it until tomorrow. Until tomorrow, what time? Okay, until tomorrow at midday, I think 12 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kindness. Yeah. Yeah, for participants accessing the LMS, please complete the post-test, the evaluation, and the action plan of the LMS in the time frame set forth and indicated by the ACAT Lembang, which is till tomorrow, 29th of May 2021 at 12 p.m. In the following days, certificates will be issued. Finally,
Miss Niken, it's
yes.
better before we conclude, we take picture together with all the participants.
Oh, sure. For participants, if we would like to invite you to open your camera so that we can have
On your
photo.
view photo.
Yay.
Uh,
Participants. Yeah, great.
wow, we can see all of you here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, Mr. Peng Haing,
Hi.
Dr. I think Dr. Hossein is currently having a Friday prayer since it is midday in Bangladesh.
Yeah, very nice to see all the brothers and sisters.
Yes.
Handsome and beautiful. We can see now.
Okay. Mr. Gideon, can you turn on your camera? And Mrs. Edith? Well, okay, maybe we can start taking a screenshot right now.